change my cameras. And hello YouTube, how are you? It's been a while when last time I start my stream on YouTube, because on YouTube I want to start stream only with Path of Exile. Let me put my chat on his place, music here. I want to change music a little bit. Need to increase volume. Yeah, something like this. It's half of my volume of my mic. It looks good. It looks good. So we are ready. Oh, the last things. I need to edit one more command. And I need to change music. Yep, source of the game, because right now game does not exist. For YouTube, for example. No, it's good. What I want to do more. I want to edit new command. All right. And last time, what I want to do. Last time, what I want to do. How it looks. Okay. Okay. I think I do all things. Yep. Yep. So if I tap exclamation mark POE1, it worked. Yes, chat. It's my new video, what I uploaded yesterday or today. It does not matter. It's my video is my thoughts about Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 if we compare each game with each other. And my thought and experience and all other shenanigans around this. Obviously, we suffer with fire resistance a little bit. Interesting. Live. A very good bots we create right now. Okay. We have... I try to remember what happened with this build. So we already take hollow palm technique. Because of that, we did not use quarter stuff right now. Let me open my chat. And every 75 item evasion give us additional more attack speed, and every 10 item energy shield give us 0.1% critical hit chance. Mhm. What about our critical chance right now? 5.7. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Do we have some runes, maybe? Yes, my level 19. I think I want to add it to socket and put additional resistance. Yes, yes. And I want to put quality on these two items, because these two items give us evasion and energy shield, exactly what we want. And what about our crit chance right now? 5.7. 5.9. Want to say? Wanted to say. Aha. And we need to finish traitor passage. I see, I see. So we barely start Act 2 with this. I remember with this character, I remember how to play. We have Frozen Locus and Glacial Cascade. We throw Ice of Wall in our enemies. Okay, let's see. Damage itself looks good, but we need to see. I remember we start to use Fury, it calls, because it gives us additional chance magnitude, shock magnitude, shock magnitude on bosses. Additional damage can be useful. Okay. I still don't know what I want to take as my first ascendancy. We have runes. Obviously, I have a lot of runes because it's of core usual league, and they have a lot of different runes, idols, and all other things. Mana problem a little bit. I can feel it a little bit. Because I need to push mana flask after each pack. Oh, we find a magic magic pack. I like magic pack. And we find level 6. We already upgraded. We are good. We are good. Obviously, we need to find new gloves and new boots with evasion and energy shield. And for chest, for body armor, we want to find pure evasion and give us biggest number of evasion. And for helmet, it will be... I'm gonna fight pure pure energy shield for biggest number. And gloves and boots will be just usual hybrid type. My favorite beams. Yummy. My favorite beams. Our goal for today, I hope we can reach level 41. So many hours we have. We have 2.5 hours before GGG reveal. Obviously, I'm gonna watch it. After that, I wanna record some short video for my YouTube channel. Exactly on the stream, why not? I already prepare my thumbnail. And after that, I think we will watch Q&A session, because I heard we have Q&A session this time. As usual. So we missed a little bit, but I hope I will record very, very fast my video. And we continue to watching Q&A session. I'm really hype about next review. I'm really looking forward to finally find the date. Give me a second. Now I decrease volume on my headset and increase here for you to make it more louder, because sometimes on the stream it's not so loud, not loud enough. Unfortunately, I don't have opportunity to listen my stream, and I have opportunity to watch only VODs, but in VODs we don't have any music, only sound from the game itself. Looks very good. What about our amulet? Ooh, +1 to all melee skills. It's a good one. Magic plug here, I like it. I understand. We try. We start to take our skill, weapon skill also. We have 2 more. Because we want to increase our damage through Temple Fury. Temple Fury looks good, but mother problem with the skill. I really like animation without quarterstaff. Boom, 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 boom. Unfortunately, we don't have any AoE around us. It's too loud for me. But it's okay for you. I glad that it's working exactly what I want. How I want. With Locus, we detonate our back with Locus, and after that we blew up it with one strike. It's a good strategy. One problem, we take some damage during detonation. But it's okay. Now it looks satisfying enough. Okay. We found the exit. I want to take it. Mhm. Mm. Balboa, are you waiting for me? Because I'm here. Time to fight. Poison room. Mhm. Okay. We kill him from the distance. What interesting, not in the melee range. Yeah, Temple Fury, it's a good, very useful skill for us. I am really happy that we use it right now. We have opportunity to apply not even one shock magnitude, shock magnitude, but we can opportunity to apply twice and increase it to 40%. I really like it. It was some lux, but not for stream. It's a good one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, continue with this rotation. We have 2 additional checkpoints like that in the future on this map, so a lot of things to do. I feel like it lagging a little bit, and I see it's my ping. My ping, you can see it, my ping is not stable, unfortunately. I feel like my FPS not stable, but it's not FPS and internet connection. Locus starts to be very good because due to Herald of Ice. I think we don't need anything here, yeah, repulsion. Not a skill that we need to use. So yeah, our cold damage start to be very good due to Herald of Ice. Give us additional AoE, additional opportunity to blow up big packs of mobs. Now we don't suffer a lot with AoE. Already with in level just after level 10, yeah, just this build stopped to suffer. Some quarter stuff, maybe something good. No. Not good at all. We continue to take additional attack damage for 4 weapons at 1. And additional... What is it? Chance to shock and attack speed. We increase our chance to shock. What our chance to shock already right now? Mm-hmm. Yeah, not so big chance to shock for this spell. It's because I think inside this spell we don't have really good base chance to shock. Okay. I want to take superior item. Superior item can be really good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Really good damage was right now. I like it. Obviously, Hollow Palm technique increase damage on monk. In leveling part, it's resolve so many problems for monk. If before this we start to avoid it, right now, even without any ascendancy, Hollow Palm technique good. But if you play martial artist, I assumed it will be much better with additional stone somehow technique would give you opportunity to change modifiers on your gloves. I still don't know what exactly I want to take. Additional runes or these modifiers inside gloves. We reach the boss. Okay, we finish with this boss because this phase is the last base for this boss right now. We need to survive it. Not so many OE. Okay. We handle it. I think it's one of the not so big number of plays when I want to put my sprint. I'm not a sprint enjoyer, you know. But the end of this location, exactly the place when you want to put it. Okay. I'm not sure what I want to sell these items because I have 23 mil of gold. Obviously, I'm not so interested inside additional gold. But right now I'm interested enough to find some good armor. But unfortunately, it's not items what I want. Okay. I want to spend some additional currency. Mana regeneration. It's a trash. Apply instantly. It's a bad. Okay. Let me disenchant. Disenchant this to 3. And I just sell you this one. Not interesting in this. Level 7. We don't have one more level. We lack of one level. I think it's mean we need to take some level 7. I have 2. Alright. Let me check this shop. Okay, nothing interesting. Intellect mana. Additional fire res. Turn damage, not good. Armor, okay. Do we have some small items? Turn damage is prefix. Good one. We reach exactly what we want. Only one problem. Yep. We did not find Abyss on this character. Okay. Let's continue. No, I forgot about this. Small details what we need to find. Mastodon Bloodlands first name. It's okay. I want to find my build because I remember some parts of this build, but not all. On level 7 we have opportunity to edit mark, if I remember this information correctly. Bow. Yes. So we need to put freezing mark. Awesome. It's a good remark because it's a lot of freeze build up for us. Okay, we find a leveling build. I think it will be enough. I'm not sure what I want. What I will be able to reach more than level 41 for today. Not so long stream. Stream will be long, but my Path of Exhaustion won't be so long. Because it's a reveal day. My pink, unfortunately, it's one big terrible mess. Skill level 6. Not what I want. Oh, 4 socket. Do I want to do it? I can drop some unique talisman and use it for Dragon form. Maybe. Why not? It's corrupted blood on these enemies. We need to be very careful with them. It's mean. Corrupted blood, not very good. Dot. Not very friendly. Ooh. I think I never saw this talisman. Physical damage, attack speed, strength, cause bleeding every 5 rituals, grant 5% of damage taken, recoup as life. Sanguri Relief. What is it? I want to see this spell. Conjure hateful energy to fuel your rage and life. While active, bleeding enemies you kill have chance to spawn a hateful remnant, and hitting a bleeding target spawn a hateful remnant every few seconds. Hitting. Why I lose? So hit. Hitting a bleeding target spawns this remnant every few seconds. Picking up a hateful remnant grant you rage and recover life based on your current rage. So it's very good. Very good. However, it's cost. Starting league starting. Talisman. Because I can stack rage with this rend, for example. And I have... I take this hateful remnant and I increase my... Even without flask. Very interesting talisman. I have never seen this before. We need to take the last of our split points. Chance to shock or magnitude? Interesting question. Let's see. Obviously, magnitude of shock. Magnitude of chill and shock. Really interesting. I agree with author. It's very good points to skip it. Especially in our wonderful weapons and tomb. We find the relic. But the only things what I need to see right now, which weapon set we use for this one. Yeah. Right now it does not work because we have this talisman there. Okay, now it work. And we need to activate only one. Only one. Now it work. Yes. Yep. Now we change the weapon set automatically. I want to activate checkpoint here. Yes. And we need to find the boss for additional 2 point. We found a lot of snakes here, as you can see. Usually not so many enemies, especially magic pucks. Our additional magnitude of shock. As usual, give me opportunity to refill my mana. Pretty easy. Additional 2 points for us. We need to take this elemental damage. And elemental damage if we shield. It's kind of important. After that we can continue to take magnitude of shock here. Mana regeneration. A lot of additional area of attack we have here. Yes. We can take some elemental damage there. So yeah, we need to take these attributes. One of this for dex, another one for strength. Something like this, because we have a lot of intelligence. Okay, where is my checkpoint? We will continue our way. Okay. I have a lot of space. Yummy. Yeah, unfortunately we lose a little bit lightning resistance, but we will fix it. when we return to the town, but not right now. Right now it's additional movement speed. I like it. Let's continue. I almost every time I forgot about my locus and my blowing damage. No. We increase our damage through these boots. I understand it only like now. Additional arrow. Oh, Blossom is a good one. It's cover. Sounds very familiar. No. Just song. But sounds very, very familiar. You know what? Monks start to feel very speedy, you know? Like very good movement speed, very good opportunity to move through packs of monsters. I like it. Golden Tomb here. I take level 22. Yes. I even take level 23. Additional strength. Yes, I want to upgrade my Glacial Cascade. Pretty good damage. And what happened? Additional life. Life. We need to do it because more life we have on this locus, more damage this blowing. I forget the word to another word for this. I remember only this one. Explosion. Yeah, finally. Yeah, we increase the level damage of our this frost explosion when we increase life of this locus. So yeah, I remember how I use crossbow skill, glacial. I don't know, glacial shot. It goes. I already don't remember. It this spell. This shot create a big amount of ice walls around you, and after that you get an opportunity to explode it, and this explosion dealt a lot of damage. How its house work. Interesting that this shot was the only one spell that worked very well during patch 0.2, because 0.2 is the worst patch what GGG produced for this game, because they decided what fixed and nerf all builds. It's a good idea, And because of that struggle, all builds. And I think I leave Path of Exile after 1 week of this league. And big amount of player also left. I was very surprised when I saw how some people try to play in game with this situation. It obviously was not the best idea. Okay. With Geralt of Ice, we can deal... Ooh. Caspit, unfortunately, not what we want. Oh. We upgrade Geralt of Ice. What about this checkpoint? Okay. Magic pack. I think I already have the shield in my collection. Because of that I spare it here. Why not? This one armor evasion. So these boots give me only some movement speed. Unfortunately. But it's okay, we will find good one, I'm pretty sure. Because we're supposed to find them anyway. It how this game works. It's a boss, yeah? Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, it's not a boss, it's the second part. I forgot every time. Every freaking time I forgot about the second part of this location. Because maybe someday GGG shrink and this location too. Right now, Act 2 not feel so long how it was in previous patches. Right now, Act 3 feels like the most longest act. It's all? Nothing interesting from this one, unfortunately. It's Iron Root. Okay, we need to take additional elemental damage. Interesting how many these small traveled points we need to take. We need to take this, and this small. Yeah, I understand. The more elemental damage things we take, the much better option. This one, and also we need to take in first weapon set. It's for bossing. Because obviously after we shock, we start to deal a lot of damage for boss with our main spell, so. I don't remember this room. Maybe usually I avoid it. Maybe. Okay. I think before release, we obviously need to take, need to organize and made a learning racing, you know? Let's take Sapphire Ring. What I mean, I want to edit additional. I want to learn how run campaign and acts faster. Because of that, I want to run this campaign several times. But before I watched some videos about this, because to release I want to finish acts in and maybe interludes together for 6 hours. All things, all content what we have before map, I want to edit in 6 hours. It's my main goal for release. Because when a release will happen, I wanted to stream more than 5 hours all night and some daytime after this, all weekends, like this. And I want to finish acts as soon as possible in the shortest amount of time I want to use to my acts. It's the main idea what I want to do. I skip this one. I already level 24. Magic pack. Yeah, I was. I want to be prepared for the release. So I think we will use some crossbow builds for release. I want to be this guy would use crossbow, and if you want to find some good build for crossbow, you need to see information from this guy, you know. I really like crossbow, and I want to be big specialized for crossbow. So yeah, I think we will start our league on release with crossbow. I will create a league starter build before. I will produce it on my YouTube channel, and I want to finish my acts in 6 hours. But I need to train, because right now I need around more than 10 hours. It's very big number of hours. I don't have so many times in the start of this league. What about you? We already have it. Okay. Shadow spell. Armor evasion. Okay. Something like this. We enchant all this. Disenchant all this unnecessary things. Let me upgrade this one. Offering maximum life. Lightning damage. All attributes accuracy drain mana. Let's see what we have from damage. Less damage, it's mean. What about you? In this variation is the best option that we have. We lose some fire resistance because of that. We have a lot of cold resistance. I see. Okay, let me save this ring. Something here. Why not? It's crazy how this stash tab look, but it's okay. We already have all modifier inside. I have some lightning. It's a good one. I have some fire. Why not? Why not? Oh. And another lightning we put here. Instead of cold. Much better. I like it. How it looks. Let me check the shop. Unfortunately, I did not find pure version. Oh, this is a pure version. We have Cold Lightning Live. It's hybrid evasion tier 5. By the way, we can make something good from this one. Why not? We can try a little, at least. Dex. Life. Stun threshold. A lot of evasion. How many damage we added? Something around 20 damage to Glacial Cascade. Okay. We will do it in the next level, in the next base. More important if we find gloves. Gloves more important for us right now. Unfortunately, we don't have so many good gloves here. What about hat or helmet? They have some interesting variation. Let's check it. Regeneration, not what we want. And this one is good. Accuracy, not interesting. Fire res, minion skill, unfortunately. Additional additional energy shield. We lose some damage. Yeah, we'll lose a little bit of damage. And we'll lose some amount of intelligence. But we're still okay. So we added additional critical chance. Not so big number. 0.2% of crit chance. Okay, so now we can understand that obviously during the leveling without some points on energy shield, this one, for example, where is it? Where is it? Oh, this one. We need to find. We need to try to find hybrid version. Okay. Hybrid version. It's mean hybrid version. Okay. We have some empty slot for this. Okay, let's continue. We finish Keth. It means we can finish Mastodon Badlands. Why not? Give me 1 second. I want to check. Okay. The first option, what my build give me 1 second. Okay. First ascendancy point what I need to take inside this build, what I use, it's additional runes. Interesting one. Okay, our damage really good. We kill all this monster without any problem. We find it. Let's finish this light lit passage. It's exactly the place when we find our desecration opportunity. Unfortunately, we forced to do it on every character that we have. It's a part of the story. Something like this. So level 25. Let's take additional elemental damage. Mm. Okay. Oh, I need to change my charm. Right now I don't struggle at all with cold resistance. Mm. Maybe we can find already. Yes. Good one. Good news. We need to speak with this creature to complete this mission. Mhm. Okay. Let's use our desecration that we already put. Turn damage again. Okay. Additional mana. Why not? Obviously not the best choice. But it's prefix. We already have armor and life, so mana not the worst option here. I want to return to city. Maybe we can find something new. Melee skill. Minion skill. Sorry. Mm. We have some critical chance now on this head, on this helmet. Maybe we can find something interesting. Mana. Another hybrid. Lightning resistance intelligence. You know what? It's a bad option here. Yep. It give more damage. We can edit more evasion energy shield. We can edit additional fire resistance here. Something like this. More damage. More damage. Less nothing without downgrade. Why not? It's exactly what we want. Let's continue to Mastodon Badlands. Now we need to find next location. Oh, a lot of damage we took. And uncut skill level 7. Let's take Temporal Flurry. And next one, we take Mark. I'm not sure that I have some problem with freeze build up right now, because of that I'm not so hurry with Mark. What about you? Surgical orb. Armor energy shield. Unfortunately, it's not energy shield evasion. It will be the best option. We find this next location. Right now, we need to find the boss, and we need to find clan relic. Because why not? I think what I moving toward this quest, it's not the best option, because I assumed we find nothing there. As usual, it was. I hate exactly this location, because pattern very shitty. Let's call it like this. Okay. I think we need to move in this direction. Hope something we find here. Another part of this wonderful location. Unfortunately, it's only unnecessary rare effigy. Yay, we find the boss. It's a good one. Mm. Okay. Pretty easy, pretty comfortable. I like combination of this spell. Some quarter stuff, let's check it. We have one free prefix, lightning damage. Not exactly what we want. Without plus levels, this quarter stuff can be so big. I continue to watch on my one. Continue to watch what happened inside category. Because all folks, PoE folks, very worried about the next review what we have today. I'm, to be honest, excited too. And we have not so many time before this release happened. Okay. What I want to do? I want to check level 7 skills. Unfortunately, without it, I want to check this shop. This is already next item level for this base, because of that it can be interesting. What about gloves? Unfortunately, nothing. Evasion, energy shield boots. Interesting. Additional evasion. Additional energy shield. Okay. Fire resistance. Oh. Oh. Boss wonderful. Regeneration. Okay. Life. Okay. Reduce poison. Not okay. Rarity. Lightning resistance. Sounds good. We put some quality here and here. And I want put suffix here. And unfortunately, as usual, the worst situation what happened with me. We increase our damage. Yep. Mm-hmm. 757. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. I want to put a socket. What I want to edit? Lightning, I think. Yeah? No matter what, my lightning, fire. Unfortunately, I don't have a rune, but it's okay. I want to desecrate these things because all suffixes here not good at all. Okay, I take fire resistance, exactly what we had here before desecration. Because desecration missed, I want to remove reduced poison duration because it's not important in leveling at all. So, what about you? We lose some energy shield, but we added some damage. 7, yeah, additional 20 damage. Why not? I like it. Okay, we need to put... cold. I don't have lightning. Okay, something like this. These two items we just dismantle. Why not? Right now we have a good amount of evasion, some energy shield. I like it. I like it. We still don't have any good gloves. Okay. I want to return. Give me opportunity. Okay. 1 second, please. Okay. Yeah. I'm here. I'm sorry. I need to check some things. I want to return to Mastodon Badlands. Especially on Bone Pit. Because I want to farm... want to drop this clan relic. I don't want to miss it. When we hit level 30, our problem with runes will disappear. Because I have a lot of level 30 runes. But I don't have low level runes at all. Finally. Exactly what I want. Okay. Now we can return. And I think it's time to finish Ascendancy. We have 1 hour before reveal. We at least we finish Sekama. After that, maybe we can finish Titan Grottam. I think I already have a lot of these things. Okay, what we have? Maximum honor, it's a good one. Reduce damage. Oh. Increased armor evasion. Movement speed. Slowing debuff, not what we want. Reduced attack, casted movement speed. Reduce damage. Deal reduce damage but traps. Maximum honor we take. More evasion. Quantity of keys. Interesting then. Monster stakes. Ah, I see. I see why it's hard to put it. I see. Quantity of relics, mamma mia. Market shrine. Maximum honor. Maximum life. This one is good. Why not? How many keys like this we can put? Some amount. Okay. Maybe we can find something good. Additional evasion. Why not? What about you? 3-3. It's a good one. Oh. This one, and we need to pay this. 3 socket Phoenix. I don't know which one is better. Additional room revealed, we already had. I don't want to take it. I need to put some orbs with me. Right now, one of them we are not able to use. Yes. It's another side of the coin if we want to make something good. Okay. Increase damage for boss, why not? Sounds really good. The most comfortable trial we make for us. This build is good, but I want to save some time. Something like this. I have increased damage here. Because we increase our evasion and armor. So we have increased attack speed. And more than 1k of honor. Good one. Okay, first room is done. This affliction not so bad for us. But I want to take maybe additional sacred water. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. We can dodge all things what happened. Giant flask. Much better than mine. Okay. Just inside the second material. Good one. I don't need to restore. Less energy shield. Okay, we take it. We take it anyway because we don't have so many energy shield to struggle. If we lose half of this, half of that, so this is a good one. Okay. We finish here. I don't want to take it because our inventory is limited. I have some problem with pink and even my frame is losing a little bit. Yeah. Let's take this one. We lose some critical chance. It's a good charm, I need to take it. Okay. We finish this one. Oh, we decrease level of our energy shield and together with this decreased our number of honor. So I don't know what energy shield is count as part of honor based. Yeah. Interesting one. Do I want to take this not so good affliction here to take additional large sacred water? I think it's not a bad option. Let's take this one. Yeah, I put. Ah, I'm dumb. You did not see. You saw nothing. Hmm? You have seen nothing. I forgot about I already pick up a room and I have a choice only from 2 rooms. I want to pick up from all rooms. It's because of this relics what I use, yeah. I continue to see all other rooms. Okay. I don't have silver key. Well, it's good one. Let's do this one because I usually don't take this boon affliction room because usually this negotiation ended very bad, and I usually have a very bad situation where affliction hit me harder than boon gives some bonuses. Because of that, I try to avoid a room like this. Because of that, just key, it's okay. Yeah. Let's take one gauntlet room in our first ascendancy way. Why not? Only because I want to take at least one boon. I'm agree to run this gauntlet room. Why not? Some crossbow. This is not interesting at all. Okay. Please. The real Slim Shady. Please stand up. Okay. First and only random boon. What we have? Traps. Traps deal reduced damage. Okay. It's the biggest trolling from the game what I have ever seen. What I have ever seen. Okay. 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 Let's kill this. Boom, 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 boom. With shock magnitude. It's a really easy target. Some relics. Ooh. Some big mana flask. Not the best option. That's okay. I buy new relics for us. Now we are martial artist. It's good one. All attributes. It's weigh a mountain. It's combo branch. Yeah. with attack speed, I see. It's hollow form. Hollow focus and hollow resonance. It's attach belt to our back. Yeah. And this one give us opportunity to attack belt what exists in this world. Okay. We have additional runes. Nothing interesting here. Okay. I have one key. I take this one. Why not? Let me put all relics, and that's all. It's all what we have. We sell this one. I change our charm. I forgot how it called. In one moment. I think I have. No? Usually I have. Yeah. Something like this. I change it to stun. Stun can happen more random. It's tattoo. Unfortunately, this rune level 50. Additional energy shield recharge. Cast speed. Magnitude non-damaged alignment. Magnitude of damaged alignment. Physical damage to attack. Oh, this one is good. Permanent flat physical damage without weapon. Sounds really good. Experience. Good one. Do I have opportunity to put it right now? Yeah. Okay. Even this one I can put? Yes. So I can increase my resistances without additional sockets. It's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah. But we need to wait to level 30. After that I have opportunity to use big part of my runes. Without... We have some gloves. Maybe it can be good. Let's see. Not good. Use Orb of Alchemy. The most useful... The most useless gloves here. How many damage do we lose? You know what? Not so big number. What about resistances? Oh yeah, we need to put lightning, obviously. But I don't have lightning runes. Unfortunately. Okay. We can use like this because we can add additional quality as usual. Boom, 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 boom. Additional damage. Okay. I have a lot of slots, but don't have opportunity to use the slots. It's the biggest problem for us right now, but it's okay. We continue. Volley or Titan. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I liked how GGG remade this location. Now, this is one of the shortest location what we have in the game. And without some big backtracking. Because of that, I really like it. Now we activate portal and continue our way. Okay. Quickly want to kill rare monster and continue my way. Why not? Without any... I want to use all time what I have. We already start to training my kind of speedrun. I want to use portal. Here we have Abyss. It's the second attraction with Abyss. It's always happened here. I think try to close Abyss, it's not a mistake. Why not? Especially if you run first character for first time. It's your first character in the league. It's pretty important to run these abysses. Additional currency. Oh. Some essences for us. Okay. It's third seal. I want to use this portal because I think something there we can find altar where we can increase our charms. It's not important, it's just good addition. So, at least we need to take this one. Let me double check. Double check. We can take this one and this elemental damage we need to take, yeah? Yes. Let's take this. Elemental damage. Let's put our relics here and take Charm Giant. Maybe not. Charm Duration. Yes. It's the best option. Because Charm Giant, not what we want. So with this ascendancy, you vote me. You tell me what with this ascendancy we can put additional movement speed in here in this slot and use it permanently. I like it. I like it. I like it. So this class already have flat damage, flat fist damage, and flat and permanent movement speed. Good balance. Good balance. I need to stop, fight with monsters and try to run. I understand I'm not a twister, yeah. Twister can beat enemies without fighting with them, yeah, because he can feel all room around him. At least some rare monsters I need to kill, and some magic packs. It's a golden row, if I remember it correctly. Right now I'm my level too high to this location. Yep. No, we exactly the same level, but we need to be a little bit lower than location if we want to run acts. So I'm a little bit too powerful for this location. Magic Park. Additional rune. Let's take it. Do we have opportunity to put a rune? Iron rune we don't have opportunity to put. So it's, I think, the only forbidden rune to use. Yeah? So we cannot just increase our evasion armor characteristic was something like this, yes? Okay, only one exception. Additional charm, let's take it. I want to use it right now, why not? We have opportunity to freeze all things around us. Let's use it. Give us a lot of survivability, a lot of damage, opportunity to clear fog. Clear all things faster without some time spent. Okay. I think funk is the best music choice to run acts, in my humble opinion. You feel the speed when you listen funk, no? Not all funk. I think not all funk is good, unfortunately. Boom. Damage itself, very good. One of the best damage I have. Right now I have a lot of... I have all modifiers, yeah? usually it does not happen because you really limited in the number of exes during leveling in the first character. It exists things. Let's check shop one more time. Maybe something interesting. Lightning damage on energy shield. Base. Armor, life, mana, strength. We can push it with exes. Why not? Maybe we can farm in some resistances, but unfortunately it did not happen. Did not happen. Good reef. Very punk rock build right now. Okay, I forgot to check Zarka shop. What next? We need to stop Sandstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. We need to use map. Yep. The shard location. Let's do it, yeah? We can find additional 2 points on this map. Yeah, this quest. Let's explore this one. Okay. Farm like this, it's okay. I don't spend so many times here. I just run and use my skill when I'm running. So it's okay. It's a good practice. Something like this. Let me take this elemental damage. It's okay. Okay, runestone. A runestone not what we want to take, because I already completed all these quests. We find quest item. It's really good. Killsword. Okay. Now we need to find the exit from this location. It's another quest. Somebody say like this. We need to find a specific tower. Oh. We find 2 rare monsters. Let's kill it. Why not? It's really fast. Okay. One of them apply slow. Okay. Let's open this corpse. Okay. Code resistance was. Code resistance not what we want. We want lightning resistance. Okay, this town sounds good, but unfortunately it's not town towers what are we looking for? But it's okay. Oh, this one is the best option. Yep, we found it. I think during all 0.5.5 I will train my first character runs, obviously, because it will be economy reset. And I start with crossbow. Good one. Let me my 2 points, please. Yeah, we have opportunity to edit additional points in different weapon set already, because now we have this one. Additional magnitude. And mana regeneration if we shocked. Additional magnitude is a good one. We have at least one weapon set point here. After that, we need to take this attribute and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attributes points we can take here. 1, 2. Here we have only 2, so it's finish with this one. Okay. I want to check the shop. Evasion rating. A lot of resistances we have. I want to check it. Why not? Why not? Let me put some this one, some desecration here. I want to find some flood damage. It's kinda important. Not so big number, but it's okay. It's a pure evasion, so it gives us more damage already. And now if you find life or evasion itself, it will be good. It's of course. It's the worst variation what we can find. Okay, if I put some quality here. Let's see what we have with damage. Not so big amount of damage. 1k 32, 1k 47. What about resistances? Only lightning is a problem. I think it's good. Okay. We put, let's put some socket. This one we dismantle. And we are waiting for level 30. With this lightning situation, after that we can put 2 sockets here and all other interesting sockets. I think we don't have opportunity to put uh, something like this. It's a weapon. Okay. Body armor. No. It will be very strange. Yes, this rune we can upgrade. Interesting, this rune, ancient rune we can put. On these runes. Increase critical hit chance. I'm not sure what we can use. We can. Hey. Additional speed. All elemental resistances. On this one with armor evasion and energy shield, unfortunately, you do not use it. Okay, I understand. It's a runic ward, it's not interesting. I think so course it's not what we have opportunity to use. Very strange what we don't see. Can we use it or not? Uh-huh. I see we have some animation. It's really hard to understand, but we have animation with so core, obviously. What about this here? Gloves. Don't use this one. No, I think idols does not work at all. Boots. Yeah. If I put this one. This one. Yeah, I see. It's not so colorful green light. Not very informative, GGG. Absolutely non-informative. Non-informative, I want to say. And if you have some runes inside, it's really hard to understand. It's okay or not? It's not okay. Okay. What we have here in this shop? Maybe something good. Boom, 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 boom. Good one. I need to activate it. I already activate waypoint here. Yeah. I don't remember. We have waypoint on the next one. I think if we need to run this location, and after that we stop and start to watch our wonderful review. Okay. We run something here. I know some people understand the main route of this location. I usually just run. You know what? This cold projectiles from our hands. Oh, it's expensive room. I called this. This encounter I called usually. Because we can farm something good items. I know some people know the pattern. I just run. But usually I'm not don't struggle with this location. With Hollow Palm technique, this cold spells looks really good. Let's take evasion type body armor. Maybe we can find something good. Mm. Mm. I know we need to find big ladder, big stairs, like this. I understand that we go in the right direction when I saw this lightning chicks, because we can find these units only in this location. So yeah, it's okay. What we finish here. Let's check what we have here. It's full trash. It's garbage, I want to say. Okay, we save this one. 20 minutes about a review. I want to make some break before this, so I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Hello again. How are you guys? I drink a cup of coffee before the stream today, but I think maybe it's a good tradition to bring and took some cup of coffee inside during the stream. So I take another cup with me right now. I want to drink it during the review, during the announcement that I have. In the next 15 minutes, YouTube not what I want to open. I want to open Twitch. We already have our start of the translation. Let's check the show up a little bit. We have 10 minutes around it. Good cold damage. Oh. Good physical damage. Much better. Yeah, as usual, when you play some melee build, you can find good crossbow. When you play crossbow, you can find good melee items. Good. It's how it always happened with this game. I observed the situation already many times. Energy shield. Armor evasion. With movement speed. Okay. I need to close exit Pass of Exile. Put our wonderful stream. Need to take setup. Yeah. Why not? I think we don't need these things. We don't need to use chat. Where is it? Where are you, chat? Oh, I found you. And I need to change my cam for this one. Yep. I'm here in the corner. Why not? I decided not a record this wonderful presentation because GG usually published video with this after. Because we need to create video after main part before question before session of how it goes Q&A. Q&A session. Mm-hmm. 10-minute hype. I want to check how other people. Ooh. Okay. You decided want to show us something. Let's open it. I need to change game sound. It worked. Something like this. A short presentation for free. I'm already lost chat. Why? I still have it. Okay. without chat, but I need to continue to check what happened here.
Guys, it looks incredible. Like, oh my...
Without sound, without sound.
I will take what I am owed.
So, I need to edit information about drops, because we have drops already. What we can... It's not presentation. Because a review stream. Let's put it watching. Watching together. Yep. Okay, something like this. We inside Pass of Exile, yeah? It's not special effect. Yes. Okay, it's good. Kinda loud a little bit, but it's okay. I don't have opportunity to change. I have. Give me a second. I need to change name of my stream on YouTube without name drop. It's working. I found the button YouTube to change name for you. I think it's a good one. I like it. I like it. I think all folks who plays Pass of Exile who stream it right now, watching or streaming this review, yeah, I see. I list the page with streams and I see a lot of names what I already know. What I've already known. Mm. 5 minutes hype. A lot of dudes. I finally found myself. Yes. In the bottom of the Pass of Exile page, Pass of Exile post page. Okay. I think we are ready. No, what I want to say before. My prediction. Balance patch to Ascendancy. New economy like event. New unique rebuild uniques. Change a lot of uniques. And I think it's all. Big balance patch, to Ascendancy, new economy, something with Unix. It's my 4 prediction. I think it's all what they have for this update. It's like mid-season update, but it's not mid-season because technically it's time to new season because of that. They decided to add this mid-season. Mm. 1 minute hype. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. One minute hype. Let's see. I was surprised that GG announced a big video and Q&A session after this. So announce this 0.5.5. So maybe it's something bigger than I thought. That I already told you guys. What a suspend? Something sand-ish, yeah? Maraket sound around with these drums, very rural drums. Not rural, tribal.
Hi, I'm Jonathan
Hello,
Rogers,
Jonathan.
Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and today I'm excited to show off our new class, the Duelist, which will be available in the 1.0 release on December the 11th. But for those of you who just can't wait until 1.0 later this year, after showing the Duelist, we'll also be showing off a new event based on the Ritual League called the Forbidden Rites, which will be releasing next week along with the 055 update. And
Next
after all
week?
that, a Q&A with Ziggy D to answer your questions from Twitch chat.
Next
But not
week.
only that, afterwards we'll be going straight to the final qualifier for the PoE2 races, the winner of which will be going to ExileCon in November to compete in the finals. But first, the Duelist.
The Duelist.
Now the Duelist comes with a new weapon type that it's kind of crazy we didn't have, swords. And with each new weapon type, we want to make sure that the playstyle feels different to all the others. So what defines combat with a sword? To us, it's that feeling of flow, from attack to attack, and from stance to stance. And what better place to demonstrate the duelist's abilities than the ruins of the Grand Arena? The corpses of the dead continue to fight endlessly as the arena collapses around them. And should you get to the center, you'll be able to face
was
Thrax,
Lysaray?
the champion. The first mechanic we need to talk about is ready stance. After using some duelist skills, you can keep holding the button to ready your blades for your next strike. Normally, your basic sword slash would look like this. But in ready stance, it turns into a deadly
Hey,
AoE slash instead. Your ready stance also has the ability to be upgraded. This is Sand Scour, another ready stance attack. And if you stun enemies with it, you'll enter Sand Stance. And using this with your default attack will send out a Sand Disc. But default attack isn't the only ability that can be modified by your stance. Like Perforate, for example. This skill is a triple stab, where the third strike sends out drills, bleeding your enemies.
looks very good.
But from ready stance, you can skip right to the drills. If you use it from sand stance though, it will send out a bunch of mini sand discs from every enemy it hits. Perfect for large packs. Together, these basic abilities give a very unique feel to sword combat. It's quite different than any other class we've made, flowing
like
from ability to
melee
ability.
projectiles
There's also some
simultaneously.
abilities that you can use while in ready stance, without breaking it. A good example are war cries, like this one, Intimidate. Use it to deliver a cutting insult to your foe, intimidating them and causing your next attack to knock them off balance. Another great ability you can use already is Rending Dash. This movement skill slices through monsters, but since you stay in ready stance, it allows you to reposition to the perfect angle to strike. So far, we've been using Sand Stance to tackle these enemies. But what about Blood Stance? For that, we'll need to switch from two-hand to dual wield.
Ah,
Now with swords, we wanted to make sure that the different options of one-hand, two-hand, or dual wield each have their own interesting playstyle. So unlike other weapon types, dual-wielding swords gives you the ability to parry attacks. Follow up with Bloodied Blade to enter Blood Stance. When using this one with default attack, you'll create a deadly blood wave, causing your enemies to bleed. And of course, Blood Stance will also work with other skills that benefit from stances. So use it with Perforate, for example, and you'll get a bunch of mini blood novas. Once your enemies are bleeding, you might want to try out Hemorrhage. This skill
Parry
creates deadly blood
usually
flashes
not
that
useful.
drastically speed up the bleeding on your enemies.
a little bit
Once the
useless.
enemies have built up enough blood loss,
I'm a
slice
little
through them
worried
with
about
Rending
the
Dash,
parry.
consume all the blood loss for a giga bleed.
This skill I rely
Now, one
on
skill we
parry
couldn't have
too
made the Duelist
much.
without is Cyclone. It's an absolute fan favorite, and just like before, when using it, you can spin to win. This class is all about using stances, so how about we try it with one of those? Use Cyclone from Sand Stance, and you'll be spewing sand discs at your enemies left and
Cyclone
right.
looks
Great for AoE clear.
perfectly.
Now parry also had a significant upgrade compared to before.
I like
and it's
Cyclone
a lot
animation.
more reliable now. But there's also another way to parry monsters that doesn't require waiting for them to attack you.
Yeah, shoot. So such a juicy
By switching
animation.
to a shield,
Ooh,
you
ooh,
can now
ooh.
bash enemies straight out of ready stance to parry
I
them without
didn't
waiting
like
for an attack.
animation for sword. Sword looks perfectly.
During the arena's heyday, challengers would first have to face deadly beasts to test their mettle. So why should it be any different now? Before you can face Thrax, you will need to defeat these dangerous adversaries to prove your worth.
It looked like a little bit combo gameplay.
Another
Because-
trick the Duelist has up his sleeves are buried blades. Earthrend creates blades that slice through the ground towards your enemies. And once in the ground, these blades have a few uses. The first one of these can be done using Charged Slash. The basic version is a simple lightning-infused cleave, but do it from ready stance, and it changes into a deadly spin, sending out lightning projectiles.
This
Charged
ready
Slash can
stance
also be used with the buried blades. Hitting them will turn them into mini Tesla coils, doing lightning
enhanced
damage to nearby enemies.
these swords.
It seems here we have a warrior who refused to die. I'm sure we could put his equipment to better use.
Quiet. I've no guilt in this.
You could also switch to a two-hander to plunge your blade into the ground, sending out a set of 3
It
blades
was
that explode.
like
If you
chess.
use Earthrend first, then you can get even more blades, and the blade plunge will make all of them explode. If you want an even greater field of blades, using Ready Stance with Earthrend has an interesting effect. Instead of creating one blade, it makes an entire wall of them. You can also hold the blade plunge skill to charge up the swords even further before they explode.
No.
Ooh, watch out for those chimeras. So for
A
maximum
lot
damage,
of different
Ready Stance with
uses
Earthrend, charge
simultaneously.
not with Charge Slash into a held blade plunge for a massive explosion.
Boom.
But that's not all. Blood and Sand work with the blade plunge too, to empower all your buried blades. Use it with sand to generate continuous sandstorms around all your blades. And this can be a devastating combo to blend bosses. Or use it with blood to create blood pools around each blade. Cycloning through the blood pools will add blood to your cyclone, so that can be a fun option. But while we're talking about that, Cyclone counts as a storm, so it can pick up other elemental ground effects too. Blade Conduit will summon a bolt of lightning to your blade and create shocking ground, and cycloning through it will add lightning to your cyclone.
We can
Combine it with the
we
blood
can
with
suck
both effects.
any elements to
Of course, it's
inside
possible to get
cycle.
blood, sand, ice, fire, and lightning all at the same time on your cyclone. You guys will have to work out a good build for that yourselves.
Looks good. Looks good.
Already you can see from just the tools I've shown you, this class has a lot of interesting combinations of abilities. With even just a few skills, there are a huge number of options you can do in combat. Now before we get
I
to
don't
the
know
boss
why
fight of
my
this area,
Twitch-
there's just
my
one more
chat-
skill I'd like to show you. World Cutter. Charge it up and unleash the ultimate slash.
1 second.
But that's not all. Like so many of the Duelist abilities, it can be further enhanced with Blood Stance, or Sand Stance too. Alright, so those are just a few of the tools the Duelist has at his disposal. So let's use them to face the true threat, Thrax, the champion of the arena.
I don't know why my program for chat showed me what my Twitch stream does not work. Interesting. Interesting why. Looks interesting.
So that's a taste of what we have in store for the Duelist.
Okay.
It's my favorite class I've ever worked on,
Fine.
and provides a really dynamic combat experience that's just quite unlike any other ARPG.
But we also wanted to show what kind of possibilities there are for the Duelist in the endgame. To do that, I'll hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we're going to go through 2 in-game builds that we've put together for the Duelist made by our developers. Our first build is called the Bringer of Blades, a mighty name once feared in the arena.
Bringer of Blades.
This build is all about rising buried blades from beneath the ground. Some say each sword created by this build is from a foe slain in battle in the Gladiator arena, and from the afterlife, they offer their sword back to you in respect. The bread and butter of this build uses Earthrend, supported by the lineage support Kalm's Madness, to maximize the efficiency of creating buried blades.
A lot of
It
fishers.
combines that with the blade conduit skill to charge up all the blades with lightning. You can also use the astral projector support on it to be able to do so from ranged, if you want to minimize risk and place shock ground underneath your enemies. We also have Earthrend supported by Electrocute, so that we can keep the enemies crowd controlled. Then it's just simple. Spam Earthrend, occasionally using Blade Conduit to refresh the charged lightning on all the blades.
Looks good.
For stronger enemies,
Looks
or
very,
larger packs,
very close
we
to
want to be able
crossbow
to get
what I
sand
use.
stuns. The best way to do that while clearing is using Combat Frenzy. Simple. Now you're generating frenzy charges. With those, we can use Sand Scour to enter sand stuns. And from sand stuns, use Blade Plunge to cause sand discs to appear on all of our many buried blades, covering the screen in storms of sand. Of course, you want to use eroding sands too, because as the sand discs are doing many small hits, you want to make
Break
sure
armor.
enemies have as little armor as possible for maximum damage. Alongside that, since we're doing lightning damage, we're also going to
looks
throw
a
in the new
little bit
support
clumsy.
Sandstorm, which causes our sand
Sandstorm.
discs to become infused with lightning. The other tool we're using is this support, which causes all your buried blades to add miniature auras that give you damage. To double down on that further, we have this new passive skill Notable, which also causes your buried blades to make you angry, causing you to generate rage on hit while
Rage
near.
when you bury a
With those, we
blade.
want even more buried
Ooh.
blades. So, let's take it to the extreme. And for that, we have this skill, Rain of Steel, which allows you to call down a whole ruckus of swords, covering the entire battlefield in buried blades. It's pretty
You can
obvious
play
what to do
sand
next.
and
Just
lightning.
use the existing
Electric
combos,
cut,
and the
break
entire screen
damage.
becomes surging with lightning as sand discs run wild.
Kinda twister, but with sword.
There's more coming even
Looks
still.
like this one.
Alongside the Duelist, we've made a whole bunch of new epic swords.
Again.
I mean, just look at them all. This build in particular uses this sword, which causes all your buried blades to be enhanced by Karui magic and become ancestrally boosted. Then, take these new passive skill notables, specifically for boosted attacks, to improve your efficiency even further.
Interesting.
There's a few new ways to boost attacks with the Duelist, and we're excited for you to discover and integrate them into your builds. With all that combined, look at this actual mayhem.
I have problem with the reach right now.
Now, we tried to not use unique items on this build, as we wanted to show its potential with just standard gear and skills. But this next one is a different story. So, let's move on to our second build. Here we have the Scourge Walker. For this build, we wanted to do Cyclone with a twist. For that, we're going to use some uniques, starting with a new sword being introduced alongside the Duelist.
YouTube is
Oro's
working.
Sacrifice.
Twitch
This
is
sword grants
working
a
too.
ton of fire damage, at the expense of your physical damage, and grants a new skill called Infernal Step. Infernal Step itself is pretty fun, and pretty epic. Use
it's
it as you
flicker.
flicker around, burning enemies as you strike them. Be wary though, there are both upsides and downsides to using this skill consecutively. Each use gains you a stack of Sacrificial Flame. While this isn't inherently a downside, using Infernal Step while you have Sacrificial Flame causes you to take fire damage, and the more you have, the more you take. So you want to make sure you mitigate as much fire damage taken as possible. In order to do this, we're using even more uniques. Like these, which have received some changes. Molten Tenet and Zoph's Blood. Then, we've just gone and used good armor gear in our core armor slots to stack up as much defense as possible. So, what about damage? We're doing a few things here that are pretty out there. Given we're using Oro's Sacrifice, we're dealing purely fire damage. However, we still need to be able to bleed for some huge DPS you'll see soon. To do that, we're using this unique ring, Blistering Bond. This allows our fire damage to scale bleeding, instead of physical damage. Our last unique is Beric's Respite. As said originally, we want a Cyclone, which is a wind skill, and can benefit from elemental ground surfaces. Now, our
Ignited
Cyclone is a
ground.
fiery vortex. One last thing to note before showcasing our Scourge Walker in action is that Oro's Sacrifice also grants you frenzy charges while at maximum sacrificial flame. This will allow us to fold Bloodied Blade into our rotation between Cyclone sessions to get Blood Enhanced Cyclone. Alright, now you can see our basic rotation. First, we use Infernal Step a few times. Then, once we have a frenzy charge, we use Bloodied Blade. This puts us in Blood stance. And then it's simple. Cyclone away. As you can see, we have the perfect harmony of demonic powers. Blood and fire fill the screen. Honestly though, we need to add some horror and flesh to the build to really embrace the fantasy. For that, let's use this new support gem, which we will put on our Cyclone. Given we're already bleeding, this can cause enemies to shed chunks of flesh when hit, which explode after a short delay. Check out this ruckus. Oh, and while we're at it, let's add even more fire by using the Fan the Flame support. At this point, you can already see how much this is getting out of control. I love it. You may notice we
Looks
have
good.
an excess of
Looks
frenzy charges.
perfect.
So, you want to throw on Echoing Strikes, which consumes all your frenzy charges to cause our next Cyclone to create a bunch of Cyclones. Feel free to add Infernal Cry to the mix, cause why not?
Interesting what I have problem.
Okay, well it's already pretty
This
damn
stream.
strong, but we can
Interesting
push
how
it
it
further.
looks on VOD.
What about single target? For that, we're going to make use of our second weapon set, and use a one-hand sword and Targe, which grants parry. However, instead of using a regular Targe, we're going to use this Runeforged Targe, which grants us a special version of parry that maintains its stances when used. So if you are in Blood stance and use it, you will remain in Blood stance afterwards. This includes while using the dashing parry that Jonathan mentioned earlier. We are going to want our parry debuff duration to be as long as possible, so we can spend more time spinning. To get that, we're using another new sword base type. This one adds base duration to parry.
Additional
We've
second
also
to
then
boss
invested
fighting.
into as much parry duration in this weapon set as possible on new passives on the tree. Now, we can make this even better by using a new support that allows our parry to apply Armor Break. And to get it to benefit from our fire damage, we will anoint the Molten One's gift on our amulet. Now, our Armor Break causes enemies to take extra fire damage. So now, we just get into Blood stance using Bloodied Blade, use parry, which dashes in, keeping us in Blood stance, then we Cyclone our way to glory. Don't forget to also use Echoing Strikes once you get enough frenzy charges. I mean, just look at this damage.
Okay, sounds good.
You may have
But
noticed we
a
didn't
little
show
bit
any
complicated.
Ascendancy classes. That's right. These builds weren't even Ascended, so their build potential goes so much higher. And the Ascendancies are pretty epic. Here's some art to tease them. But to find out more about that, you'll have to check them out when we show them at ExileCon later this year. We hope you enjoyed our Duelist demonstration. We're really excited to have you get your hands on it and start slicing and dicing throughout Rayclast. Now, Path of Exile 2's full 1.0 launch is later this year on December 11th. But if you just can't wait till then, next week we are doing our 055 update, and it includes a bunch of changes as well as a new event. Given that, it's finally time to talk about
Forbidden Rites
a
event.
new event based on the Ritual League that will be starting with our 055 patch next week. But that's not all. We also have a massive overhaul to the Trial of Chaos, some new in-game Abyss content, and more. So, let's dive straight into it. The
Okay.
King in the Mists and his cultists, left unchecked, have spread their influence. By his will, the Nameless have been performing gruesome rituals throughout Rayclast, all the way from the forests of Ogham to the deserts of the Maraketh, and even Utsal and the Karui Islands, afflicting everything around them with a foreboding darkness. As you can see, they've been quite successful in their efforts, and if not stopped soon, who knows what will become of Rayclast. During the Forbidden Rites event, your goal is to put an end to their nefarious plans. In each area of the campaign, you'll find a ritual encounter. For those unfamiliar, these are effigies that are guarded by the Nameless and their servants. By defeating them within the ritual site, you can then activate the effigy and fight them again as they are revived by dark magic, all whilst various plagues will try to kill you. Defeating the revived monsters causes their blood to go to the effigy to be used as tribute. After the encounter, use the tribute you earned to acquire rewards. These rituals, unlike their in-game counterparts, will not exclusively reward unique items, and instead will give you a bunch of items useful for leveling, like currency for crafting your gear,
casual
alongside
rituals.
a bunch of
Okay.
equipment. Ultimately, in every area, you get to kill some monsters and then go on a small shopping spree. However, we know people liked having unique item rewards from Ritual, and we wanted that to still be present in the campaign, but we just couldn't give one out in every single area.
Time to
Throughout
time you
each
can
act,
find
2 times,
uniques.
and once in each interlude part, you'll see these clusters of more epic ritual effigies on the world map. When you reach these areas, you'll notice that unlike normal, the effigies aren't just in a random location in the area, but they're on top of the area's boss fight. By completing these boss rituals, the boss will then be carried forward and added to the next ritual in the cluster in the next area, where you'll face it as part of an increasingly dangerous series of boss waves. For example,
small kind
the
of
first
ritual.
cluster you'll
Okay.
encounter is shown here, containing large effigies in Clearfell,
Monster level
Mudburrow,
3.
the Grelwood, and the Grim Tangle. If you complete the ritual in Clearfell, the Hag boss will appear during the ritual in the Mudburrow, alongside the Devourer. Once you've completed that area, the ritual in the Grelwood will include Brambleghast, alongside the Hag and the Devourer.
A lot of monsters from the Act 1. In Act 1 you already
Then,
need two
to
faces.
top it off, when you get to Grim Tangle,
A
the
lot of
ritual in
bosses.
that area will have its boss, the Rotten Druid, and the previous 3, totaling 4 boss fights and 1 epic final showdown.
So you need to experience a ritual
That's where
from
the
map
unique rewards come
in
into
Act
play.
1,
By
Act
completing
2
these
and Act
epic
3.
boss ritual encounters,
And
you
you
then
can
get to
find
spend your tribute
uniques.
on unique items. Given ritual is the content of the league, we wanted to make sure it worked in multiplayer well. Historically, only the creator of the area gets to spend tribute at the end, while your friends just have to watch. We've made some improvements to this experience. In 055, every party member earns their own tribute and can spend it on their own rewards, so no one has to miss out.
Okay.
In order to make it not too rewarding in groups, we've restricted it so party members are unable to reroll the shop and they have fewer options available to choose from.
Okay. It's
So that's the campaign
not
and
so
the multiplayer improvement.
vast.
But what about the endgame? Given that ritual was already available to be added to your maps, well, once you reach the endgame, you'll still have ritual encounters in every area, and they'll still give unique items and omens, but we've added 1 extra mechanic here to add new difficulty and reward heights to your in-game maps. After completing rituals in endgame, you want to keep an eye out for this item, a Sacred Bloom, which you can spend tribute on to acquire. If you happen to find one, you can then use it and apply an entrance to the Wildwood to an in-game map of your choice on the Atlas. Then, when you enter that map, you'll find this entrance at the start of the area. By entering it, you're sent into the Wildwood. You have limited time here, but while in the Wildwood you can find wisps, and you want to follow the trails of them and collect as many as possible. There are 3 different types of wisps: Primal, Vivid, and Wild. When you then have to exit the Wildwood, the wisps are freed and will spread across the map, possessing and influencing many monsters. Primal wisps, when freed, can cause normal monsters to become magic monsters. Vivid wisps, when freed, can add additional modifiers to rare monsters. And Wild wisps add rarity of items dropped to all monsters.
Rarity.
If you're really lucky, keep an eye out for these Sacred Wisps. I wonder what they do. Of course, you can gather all 3 types of wisps if you really want to juice your maps. And by using ritual tablets, you can increase the amount of wisps found while in the Wildwood. Be warned though, while affected monsters drop better items, the wisps also empower them, making them considerably
Addition-
more difficult to defeat.
Additional opportunity to increase
So, that's
juice
the
on
Forbidden
our
Rites
mobs.
event.
Okay.
While it isn't a full league in the traditional sense, it gives you the perfect opportunity to start in a fresh economy. For those of you who enjoy having clear goals to work towards,
Oh, new
this event league
challenges.
also introduces a new set of 8 challenges.
New challenges.
These include completing the campaign rituals, defeating named rare monsters, reaching level 90, and more. Completing them will earn you 4 exclusive cosmetic rewards and a statue for your hideout to commemorate your success. Swarm your enemies with the Locust Footprint effect. And send your foes scurrying to their demise with the Locust Swarm Finisher effect.
Finisher is
Fear the
interesting.
dark no longer with your Wildwood Guardian pet at your side. And level up in fashion with the Wildwood Affliction level up effect.
Oh, level up, really cool. I like
Next,
it.
let's talk about the Trial of Chaos.
Okay.
Since Early Access launched, we've received a lot of feedback about the Trial of Chaos. It was just obvious that it wasn't good enough. So we've gone through pretty much every part of this trial and made improvements across the board. There's so much to cover here, so let's just fire away with some of the more important changes. Starting with a banger. You can now leave the Trial of Chaos between rooms and resume later at your leisure.
Okay. It's a good one.
Alongside improving almost every aspect of the encounter types, we've made far more of the rooms just about slaying all the enemies, instead of the more specific objectives like escorting the statue or implanting soul cores. We've increased the size of that pesky elevator and made them more responsive. We've made the doors between rooms open quicker and from further away. We've shortened the distance between rooms to have less running. We've added a lot more inherent scaling to the area and to the Trial of Sekimas too, to account for the lack of Atlas Tree. We've made the Trial Master only time freeze to spawn in all the monsters once at the start of the run, instead of in many of the rooms. On top of that, we have done a full pass on all the modifiers, making them significantly less dangerous at lower tiers, and rising to the same difficulty at their maximum tier.
Okay.
Additionally, all the modifiers now grant bonuses to item rarity
Item
too.
rarity.
The modifiers now also have better descriptions, being more explicit about what danger you're signing up for. We've also added a new kind of modifier, called a wager modifier. These are meta mods that can significantly increase the danger and reward of your trial. For example, this one increases the tier of every modifier already applied to your run, but in exchange for that, doubles all the currency you've earned so far in the run. There's about a dozen of these, and they have some pretty interesting effects. Sometimes you want to apply them early in the run, other times late. They add a very cool dynamic element to the mod selection between rooms. The Uxmal the Beast Lord boss fight in the Trial of Chaos has had its arena redesigned entirely. Less flying, more attacking. The
Okay.
more significant elite monsters that spawn during the Trial of Chaos are now more dangerous, but more rewarding. Speaking of rewards, you can now also find these chests between each room to get some bonus items for your efforts. And
It's a
the
good one.
rewards available when choosing modifiers no longer offer random corrupted items, now exclusively offering only currency items and soul cores.
Okay.
Oh, and we've done a full balance pass on those too, to make them more powerful, alongside adding some new ones to the trial and endgame.
Now we have opportunity.
Speaking of the trial and endgame, for
We have
those
a-
looking for a greater challenge, you'll no longer need to have to stop after 10 rooms. You can now continue all the way to room 30, with the difficulty and rewards escalating as you progress. Combined with the previously mentioned wager modifiers, the rewards of these runs can get very, very juicy. Reaching these later rooms will also allow you to obtain all 3 Trial Master fragments in a single run, giving skilled players a clear and reliable path towards facing the Trial Master rather than leaving their progress entirely to chance. We've
More
moved the
pieces.
functionality of the wager currency mechanic from magic inscribed ultimatums that could drop from the Trial Master into the base mechanic. This can be accessed at the end of every 10th room. Overall, this is a much more polished version of the Trial of Chaos, and we think it addresses many of the concerns players have raised over the past several months. When we introduced the new endgame in Return of the Ancients, we wanted the journey through the fortress to feel epic, and it was. But your first time progressing through it, it is a massive undertaking. With a fresh economy, we wanted to make the fortress easier to complete. So in 055, we're making some changes. After completing the main questline, you can now just venture out of the fortress and find another Arbiter of Divinity key. By defeating this more difficult version of the boss, all remaining sections of the fortress will be automatically completed.
Oh, so you need to kill
Now, onwards
Arbiter
to
of
Abyss. We're introducing a new Atlas
Divinity
feature
only
centered
2
around
times.
it. We wanted to add more things to find when exploring the Infinite Atlas. So, we've added these new abyssal ravines that can appear. Each map on the ravines has abysses in it, and as you complete each along it, the next map gets more and more rewarding as you push the Abyssal Legion back. When you reach the
can
last map
appear
on the
more
ravine,
frequently.
you have a guaranteed Abyssal boss encounter. The Forbidden Rites event will not have Runes of Aldo content in each area. But fret not. Pharaoh, Danig, and Expedition content is still going to be available in the Atlas as core, and that includes standard leagues. You can now continue to find expeditions in-game, but from Act 4 onwards. In the endgame, Expedition tablets will now be available,
Now
allowing for some
Expedition
new
tablet,
levels of investment into the league. Such as having 2 full expeditions in just one area,
Full expedition.
alongside up to 2 standalone Remnant encounters. With tablet mods, you can now even get many sentries per expedition, resembling an almost sentry minion build as you run around and apply runic modifiers to monsters across the maps. The existing Runes of Aldo League will continue to run, so if you want to keep playing there, finishing your endgame and completing challenges, feel free to do so. So that's all our new content summarized for this Event League and 055 update. In case you didn't see it alongside Path of Exile 1's release for Curse of the Allflame, here's a reminder to check out our supporter packs and mystery box that release with it, which are now fully available for use in Path of Exile 2 as well. These include the Plague and Remedies supporter packs
Without balance
and the
patch.
Curse of the Allflame mystery box, with some epic items including armor sets, weapon skins, weapon effects, map devices, hideouts, a new tracking scroll, some otters, and much more.
Some otters.
If you would like to purchase the Curse of the Allflame mystery box, it's available now through the in-game shop and Path of Exile 2 website. For more information, head to pathofexile2.com/mystery box for all the details. We'll also be releasing some cool new armor sets and skill effects alongside this release.
First one was
Check these out.
looking very good.
If you're interested, keep an eye out on the store with the new release. Thanks for your support.
This one is looking good.
Now, we had originally thought we were going to deploy a much larger balance pass in this patch. But unfortunately, with all the other work going on for our 1.0 release, we were not able to get these changes ready in time. It's been a lot more work than we expected. So rather than deploy something substandard, we decided it would be better to take our time with the balance changes and just release the Event League anyway. All those balance changes that were slated for 055 will now be happening in 1.0 instead.
Okay,
The
without
full
balance
release
patch.
patch is shaping up to be a huge one, and if you haven't done so yet, you can acquire exclusive milestone rewards just by signing up at pathofexile2.com for the 1.0 full release.
Without balance patch.
Also, we hope you join us for ExileCon on November 7th New Zealand time to see what else we've been cooking up. But in the meantime, we hope you enjoy the Forbidden Rites event, which starts at the end of next week. See you in Rayclast. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D, so get your questions ready.
Okay. Q&A session. I think I want to see it, and after that I create the video, why not? Without balance patch. Fresh economy, fresh league mechanic without league. New tablet. New upgrades inside end game. Oh,
G'day and welcome back, Exiles. Joining you from around the world, I am Ziggy D in Australia. We've got Jonathan over at Gamescom, and we've got Mark in New Zealand. So we're all over the place this time, coming at you remotely for some Q&A to talk about what we saw with the Duelist today, the 0.55 event update, and various other little questions that you might have in a bit of a mini Q&A session. Thanks for joining us from all over the place, folks. Jonathan, you're at Gamescom at the moment, where some lucky people are able to actually play the Duelist. How's it been going?
Absolutely. So yeah, it's honestly been great. It's really good to see players just being able to play and experience the game. It's always fun. But my voice is actually a bit screwed right now because I've been kind of yelling over the loudness of the Gamescom. Trying to explain complicated Duelist mechanics. In yelling form. So my voice is a bit messed up. So hopefully you guys can forgive that. But yeah, it's always fun talking to to players and journalists and seeing what they think.
Yeah, have you been able to get some good kind of in-person feedback there, since you're right there with people as they're playing?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's great. We've also got Kevin, who's been one of the designers, doing working on the Duelist as well. He's been able to get direct feedback, talk to players as well. It's been really good.
Awesome. And Mark, you're over in New Zealand, where you were just working on the endgame builds that you showcased in that video there, which were pretty spicy. How are things going over there in the studio?
Well, I'm at home right now, but it's been pretty hectic.
Sure.
Just putting it always is for these deadlines, just pulling everything together. But yeah, these in-game builds we just had to put together in the last, honestly, it felt like the last week really is when I was like, okay, we've got to theory craft some epic shit. Let's put it together. And came up with, I said made by developers. Technically that is true, but I kind of theory crafted both of them and was like, let's get cranking. And they both seemed pretty fun. I mean, they were definitely fun to play. Hopefully they were fun to watch, but there's a lot more as well. So there's good
interesting
builds
what we
I
have
had in
problem
mind.
with
I
Twitch.
really
I'm
go
okay
with them
with
and designed out a
streaming.
whole bunch of different paths, and it just kind of ended up. I was like, I want to
We
do
will see, but
something traditional that uses a bunch of swords.
I
and
have
something
problem with
demonic,
watching
because
Twitch.
Why not? So it was quite interesting that I ultimately just got to pick a fantasy and then make it happen. But of course, the difference between me making builds and players making builds is you have to make a build with what works, whereas I make the build and then I'm like, go and make it happen, development team. Thank you. So
Change the balance until it works, basically.
yeah.
Make this a thing. Well, you certainly have a lot to work there with the Duelist. There is a lot going on there. I know, Jonathan, you personally were just telling me earlier that you're very excited for the Duelist in particular, and that it's the most fun you've had with the game so far, or something to that effect.
Absolutely. I really love this class. I really love melee combat in games. It's something that I really enjoy, and this one really
Interesting
honestly,
what
I
Jonathan
would say
said.
finally kind of delivers something that I would say is peak melee in an ARPG.
He right now he like melee damage, but
also just there's so many
swords
intricacies
looks
to the sword
not
design
melee
in
at all.
this class that's really interesting.
Very
I think
combined
sort of
like
woven so
spear.
many different ways to kind of do mechanics with all the different with all the different skills. Every skill is designing 3 or 4 skills, honestly, just due to all the different ways that you can use them. But at the same time, it's it's all quite diegetic, by which I mean you kind of there's metal in the ground, you electrify it, and now it's zapping things and things it's all kind of obvious in some ways, but also kind of complicated too, because there's just so many ways you can use everything.
There's a ton of nuance to it, but even so, I had a chance to play it last time I was visiting, a couple months back, and there's some sort of intuitiveness to how the skills end up working together, where you can almost play without reading some of those descriptions, I think, which is good because there's a lot of descriptions you did have to write for those. Given the
it is actually kind of interesting in the studio because the people who are more, I guess, stat focused are actually the ones that feel the class is more complicated and the ones who just take it as they see it. Because if you look at the number of stat sets, it is kind of crazy because you'll have it's you've got a buried blade explosion, and then you've got to be then buried blade when it's got electricity, and then buried blade explosion with electricity, with electricity, right? Or versus just the electrical hits, and it just ends up being half a dozen stat sets on every skill that you, which is what we call the different tabs that you see on the skill gem. So yeah, if your first experience of the game is looking at the skill gem hovers and looking at every single stat set, then you're not necessarily
I have so big problem with Twitch right now.
skill and see what it does. And you know, I guess that's sort of quite different than what a lot of our skills have been like in the past. But I honestly really love it just because there's so many interesting ways to use the skills.
With this, just having such an extensive set of like skill interactions out of compared to anything you've had so far, how challenging is designing this one and getting it to work and be playable in that way, being say compared to the Huntress and the Druid?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is one of the hardest classes to design, and a lot of it was like, okay, swords are pretty much the most generic weapon ever, right? And you ask like 10 different people what a sword does, and there'll be 10 different answers. Like, so there are certain fantasies, and we kind of had to make sure we were delivering like pretty much anyone's fantasy of a sword, and there's like quite a few different ones, right? So, you know, you have to go through. But I think the kind of like thing that ties it all together is that to me, swords are about like the kind of that flow feeling. That's what I kind of wanted to nail, and that's where the whole sort of ready stance thing kind of came from. So it took a lot of iteration to get there. I went through so many different designs of the way that swords could work, and eventually it's funny because the whole blood and sand thing wasn't even part of the initial design. And at some point I realized that some of the stuff that we were designing was coming kind of close to that. And I'm like, oh yeah, hang on. In PoE 1, we've got this blood and sand theme. What if we actually took that and like effectively used that theme on top of some of the mechanics we were designing? And then it all kind of really rapidly came together after that. Like we suddenly realized like, yeah, this is sort of the feel, like the theme of like physical stuff that we can go with for the Duelist. And it ended up working really well. So I'm really happy with the way that ended up.
Yeah, the stance
I'm
thing in
ready
particular, I remember
to-
when I was trying it, like, and you're talking about flow and how important that was. And I remember I was having an issue where
Very
I really wanted
interesting,
to
very
get into ready
interesting.
stance and then move to the next monster to execute my next skill.
Right.
But that would break ready stance. But I noticed that that's something that you've solved in the new iterations. You've got this way
Yeah,
that can even
exactly.
carry through now.
Yeah,
I
so
hope
since you played
VOD
that, we added
still
the idea
exists. I
that
don't know
there are
what
some
happened
skills that
with
you can use
stream
without
and
breaking
VOD,
ready stance, and in particular,
because
the rending dash that you can use to sort of
my
dash
internet
from
just
one place to
butchered
another.
Twitch.
Having that be an option that you can do without breaking ready stance sort of allows for that repositioning that you can do, and it honestly speeds up quite a lot what you can do. I didn't use it that much in the demo that I was showing, but for actual like practical play, I highly recommend using it because you know, if you're someone who likes to zoom around, then using that skill can really add quite a lot to what you're doing.
I think people are probably a little bit confused in general about like the ready stance and the blood and sand as well. So how do those just effectively work ultimately?
Yeah. So fundamentally what you've got here is that there are two different, or at least two that we showed, ready stance skills. One of them kind of moves backwards as more defensive, and that's the sand one. If you stun a monster with that, then it's going to put you in sand stance. The other one is moving forward, more aggressive, and that one, if you hit a parried monster, it's going to put you in blood stance. So if you're into the sort of parry gameplay early on, then blood is the one for you. If you're more into, you know, if you're not into that, then using the sand one is like more your style. Then you can go that way. But all of it is bypassable with frenzy charges as well. So one of the questions that we often get is like, oh, you know, what if I don't want to parry? What if I don't want to do the stun stuff? And frenzy charges effectively act as your bypass. So as Mark showed in one of those builds there, yeah, combat frenzy is like a good way to be able to kind of like, you know, get those stances without that. But there's even other ways as well. So there's also support gems that allow you to get blood and sand without having to even do either of those skills as well, and like quite a few different options. Like there are actually a huge number of different options that
Got a couple
really
uniques
love
as
it.
well. We've got at least
yeah.
one sand stance unique and one blood stance unique right now that weren't shown.
And then there's also the thing of getting blood on the ground as a way to get blood on things like Cyclone. I actually didn't realize this was going to happen, but in one of my demos, I had one of those vampire monsters from Act 1, and it's like, use one of those blood pools on the ground, and that actually triggered the blood. And I had no idea that we actually had done that even. Like, I didn't realize that those blood pools technically were the same mechanic. So yeah, you can like get blood-coated Cyclone from just playing against one of those vampire monsters.
Well, that sort of touches on one of my other questions then. So, like, some people, I think, especially people who maybe just played a little bit of parry when Huntress first came out, and obviously since then it's changed quite a bit. But about parry, some people are definitely worried about parry. Like, they see that as like a negative for a class to be focused on that because of the bad experience they might have had with it or something. So, how has parry changed or been improved here, and also how like mandatory is it for the duelist playstyle there?
Well, certainly we didn't want it to be mandatory because that was one of those things we did with the Huntress where parry was really important for that class initially. And we wanted to make sure that it wasn't here. That being said, it is a duelist. I want parry to be a thing for it. So like, you know, we did want at least one of the archetypes to involve that. But at the same time, one of the big issues that we've had with parry kind of two things really. Like it's really just comes down to unreliability. So there's a new change that we've just implemented for parry, which was actually quite complicated to do, and it's a little bit complicated to explain as well. But effectively, what we've done is we've made it so that when you're parrying, your character is effectively enlarged for against skills that are parryable. So that means that you'd kind of have this problem before where you'd feel like you would try to parry something and it looked like the monster would kind of hit you, but it just didn't. And that was happening all the time, and like one of the frustrating things about parry. So what we've done is now that we've made this change, it means that monsters hit you much more reliably when you're parrying, and so it just makes the whole thing a lot better. But the other issue that we had as well is just boss fights. Like some boss fights just don't really have a lot of parryable attacks, and that's where the shield thing comes in. We can do the shield bash to allow you to parry a monster even when they're not attacking you. So that one's kind of like, it also can be used during clearing as well. But I sort of saw that as fixing like the boss fight problem of like, yeah, just some bosses just don't have abilities that easy parry. So it makes the whole thing a lot more reliable in any context right there. So both of those changes together really do improve the feel quite a lot compared to what we had before. And honestly, like, I mean, I love to parry personally, but as I said, even with that said, we know it's not for everyone, so we wanted to make sure there's other options too.
Yeah, that shield, the Buckler Shield Bash parry was super satisfying when I was messing around with that. So
it is one of those things that's so hard to explain to people though, because where do you even put the tutorial for that? Like it's just kind of like an extra thing on your native skill that you've got, like, you know, just the shield that you've got right from the beginning. You know, normally people don't look at the videos for like the base skills like that. Like technically there are videos for it. If you go in the alt menu, you can get to it. But yeah, like nobody's really digging into there and looking for that. So it's kind of hard to find where to explain that. But I guess anyone who listens to this live stream will know about it. And hopefully that'll slowly make its way through the community.
I was going to ask because like, I didn't even know about that until you told me about it later. What were you saying?
Yeah.
A couple more parry things there for a bit later as well. We have a, not that I'm trying to spoil everything. We have a new reservation skill called codenamed Arcane Parry right now, which is effectively it charges up, and then when you parry, it does a much more significant shockwave comes out of you, just to like allow for a lot more area of effect coverage.
And that means that all those monsters get parried as well, by the way. So the point of this is to effectively make so that, like, we had this thing before where there was a period there where parry was like, you had a really, really huge range. And it was good for endgame, and but we didn't really like that it was so non-physical. So by adding like this kind of like effect to it and actually making it into a mechanic that you can do with a spirit reservation, now it becomes a thing that we can much more readily accept, and it is a good way to actually make parry viable in endgame as well, by just making it hit like a much larger area.
That parry fix where you're enlarged, is that in 0.55 or is that a 1.0 alongside Duelist change?
It's probably in 1.0, I would imagine.
1.0.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it'll be 1.0.
All right. What were you saying?
But yeah, we also have a new unique helmet coming, which causes your war cries to parry enemies.
What?
And then in the full radius. And we also have we're currently trying, we're hoping we can get this, but just so that if people want to play two-handed sword and want to still engage with it, we're trying a two-handed sword base type that grants parry, and you can parry with that. So that'll be a very specific base type.
I'm excited about that.
Base type.
Yeah.
I was definitely a little sad to see that you couldn't parry with the two-hander, but I kind of get not wanting them all to be the same. So having the differences there, because so you can parry with the dual wield swords, which is obviously a unique thing to swords, and you can parry with the buckler, all the armor evasion shield bases, right? Like the other ones as well. So you've got the parry with those, but that lets you a unique two-handed sword parry. That's pretty cool. I mean, it does make more work for yourselves. That means even more animations, right? You have to make a two-handed parry animation now.
Sure.
Just for that.
Sure. You know, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
I was going to ask about the animations actually, because these are definitely some of the cooler animations that we've seen so far, and also just in general, like some of the coolest sword animations I've seen in any game. Even noticing like some real kind of like authentic aspects to some of the movements and stuff. Like obviously it's over the top, like giant sword slams and stuff, but some of the like movements in like say the Cyclone and the way the swords twist around and the swords are handled and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, there's someone knows sword stuff on your team.
Animation is really juicy. I like it.
The animation itself, but also just researching stuff. And I actually had someone at Gamescom, like a journalist, say to me that they actually know how to, you know, they've used a sword and done some like, you know, blade practice. And the first thing he said to me was, oh, you know, like, did you like hire anyone to like advise about this? And it's like, no, one of our animators just really interested in this stuff. And what they do is he's got like a he's got like a weighted sort of weighted plastic blade that he's got in the studio, and he can film video reference of himself like doing things, and sort of get some of that to get video of it that then he can use to kind of work out how to do the movements. But he's just really interested in all of this kind of stuff, and he does a lot of research, like watching YouTube videos of actual people like doing this stuff, and like it's resulted in like just a really amazing looking set of animations. Like honestly some of the best animation work we've done.
Yeah, I would have believed if you had said like, oh yeah, we had some Heba guy came in, we mocapped them or something. So that's really impressive work. So some great stuff. Yeah, it looks super wicked. But at the same time, like you've also not been afraid to go a bit over the top there. One of the press images with a gigantic anime.
I mean, there has to be some level of
GGG уже
already
made good
certain things like
with animation, with swords.
About what being a swordsman means, and
Even this short
is definitely
demonstration.
So we kind of had to have it.
I like every animation
you definitely got that
they
kind of personal anime thing where they slice and then
had
fall apart
done.
afterwards.
Exactly. So I'm not sure if we even showed that in the video really, but we actually have some new tech now where all the monsters are capable of being sliced into pieces. So it actually works like all the monsters are being like split up, and then we can. It's actually a mechanic. You know what? Actually, one of the in-game builds had it, didn't it? Where you slice monsters up. And then we've even got mechanics to take advantage of that, like the one that makes so that some of the chunks explode after they get sliced up. So it's an actual thing now. We kind of originally did it just as a visual cool thing, but we turned an actual game mechanic as well now. So that's kind of interesting too.
I had the meat chunks on bleed. I think we're calling them meat chunks internally.
Meat
Meat
chunks.
chunks on bleed, but I didn't have the meat chunks on slice and dice or whatever.
Right. Okay, you didn't know that one.
No, that's a different build.
Right.
I really like
this has been a
to see how Mark and Jonathan like work what they already have done.
Like having both of those here, and
it's really good to see people who like
and have like kind of like that full picture.
someone what they done,
technical
what
stuff
they
to show
doing.
like how the animations work, how the interactions work, and then you wanted the end game to show like what people can aspire to. But how well do you think overall that you've been managed to communicate the Duelist here? Because I feel like it's a hard thing to nail down without actually playing it.
Mostly because you can see the fluidity sort of, but you don't really know how it feels. So I mean, I think one of the reasons why we're so keen to demonstrate it at Gamescom, so a bunch of people get their hands on it. Honestly, it's just been really good. Like a lot of people really enjoyed it. So I think I was a little bit worried, right? Because like I was worried, like, will people understand ready stance and so on? And we were so worried about it. We're like, okay, we need to have some like signs up that explain ready stance. We need to make sure there's a tutorial in this Gamescom build that we've got for this, just for that to make sure it works. And if all else fails, we've got Kevin who can just walk around and tell people if they're not doing it. So just like really certain that everyone understands.
They used people in Gamescom as additional number of testers.
And honestly, even like some of the design meetings I'll have, I'm just like sitting
I
there.
understand.
I'll sometimes just like lose track of time
Because they want to understand how stances work.
I really enjoy
how people can understand stances.
Those games look very spicy. I know a fear was that like some people would feel that swords were too weak or too slow because you were showing just that early campaign side.
Interesting
But if
information.
anything, after seeing like those endgame builds, I'm wondering like almost the opposite. Is like, is there a risk here that like the endgame power level of players has just become so high that opportunities to enjoy some of that deeper gameplay is becoming like too far and like too few and far?
It is a potential concern for sure. Balance
Interesting. Might reach still like it.
Right. All those things you saw like the current balance, but maybe Mark, you've got some more
Looks
theories
like
about that.
yes.
Those builds when they were getting filmed, I was like, they're just too strong. They're too strong. And I think even Jonathan, you had some feedback. You're like, just make them a little bit weaker. Like you don't need to one hit them.
Little bit.
And I was like,
interesting.
We're already filming these in tier 25 map equivalents with like
I know. There was a problem at one point like that.
It's like unassembly. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? They're just there's some obviously though we're like
Interesting.
putting together a class for demonstration purposes for like a convention and to put together these builds. Like obviously we still have some more work to do with respect to that balance kind of side of things, but it's definitely very, very powerful right now. Some of that dust has to calm down, but that's okay. You know, we'll get there. These things take a lot of time to iterate on, and of course, we have till December 11th to do that. So I'm not concerned about the amount of time. In fact, we've never had a class this ready with this much time, so that's a good thing. But yeah, it means we can make even more builds, get even more ready, have the balance be ideally in the best spot. Hopefully, players will agree, but we'll see. But yeah, definitely. I would say right now it is 2 OP for sure. Like
Even Mark
I mean, I've played through the
declare
campaign a whole bunch of times on it.
what
and
sorts
I'm
to OP
just like,
right now.
you know, it shouldn't be
Interesting.
I shouldn't be this powerful. Like comparatively with everything else. Like I get that people at Gamescom might not have the same kind of because like that's you're starting in Act 5, you're on a pre-made character. What is the gear even
At
like?
least on
It's like not
YouTube,
necessarily
my
optimized
stream
and all of that. So,
work.
you know, people there are probably going to have a different experience.
Works.
But,
Oh,
you know,
is
what you
working
see is
right
very
now. Let's say
strong,
like
and-
this.
and I'm, so- that
I'm
is
a little
filmed
bit
in-
worried what
I
it
understand
showed
tier
me.
25 map. What does that mean? We have
But sometimes
obviously
I'm
we can set
offline,
the levels
sometimes
of any
not
area. That is a
offline.
tier 25 map
My
equivalent of
OBS
building for those
shows me
in-game
what
builds. So,
all things okay.
yes, there are some power concerns, but it's,
Because my
again, with this much
provider
time, it should be
blocked
pretty easy to deal with
Twitch
it.
somehow. I don't know how. But
Nothing new, really.
we will see on
Yeah, I
what
mean,
how
so
it
this is,
looks.
like way earlier than you've ever been able to showcase glass. So getting that hands-on in the public, it gives you lots of time to make those tweaks and see all those points that people are like, oh, people keep missing this detail as you're going around and being like, oh, you can do that. You'll get to kind of learn where those pain points potentially are. Mark, I noticed a bejeweled implicit on Oro's sacrifice. What does that mean?
Yeah, well, okay. I've mentioned a few cool base types. So we just to clarify, there was the two-handed sword with readied stance. With parry, right? And these are base types. So we've put a lot of effort into making the base types of swords real
sick.
like epic. And honestly, I want to then propagate it to every other weapon type. To be honest, so we've got just to clarify before we get to bejeweled, we've had. Parry two-handed sword. We showed a base parry duration one-handed sword. What was the other one we showed? Two-hander. There was the buried blades are ancestrally boosted that we showed in that video. And then Oro Sacrifice has bejeweled, which is the base type property of the Twilight Longsword, I believe it's called. And it just means that item comes with a dual socket instead of regular sockets.
Dual socket instead of regular
it's
socket.
not necessarily better, but it's sort of interesting, and it's trying to just create a bunch of different things.
Interesting
different
base.
types where,
That
whole suite of them will drop it
decides
in-game.
experiment a little bit.
So currently,
These
like a lot of
bases-
weapons, you probably get like 5 base types at end game, maybe 6. Pretty much the entire sword line will have a end game counterpart with all the implicits, just because we've put a lot of cool stuff there. And you do still have your traditional, here's the one that's high attack speed, here's the one that's got some crit, here's the one that's just the bonk damage and all of that. But then all the others we've tried to make sure have really special implicits, and that includes the base type of Oro Sacrifice. So yeah, hopefully people enjoy it and think it's cool, but I definitely was pretty excited about it. And honestly, I find now the base type itself like has some build enabling properties, which I would say hasn't really happened before. So I'm excited to see having that extra axis of like, damn, what sword do I want to use? There's like 3 or 4 options here. I don't know what to do. So I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I love these bases with like weird implicits that do interesting things like that. So I hope that is something you propagate out to the rest of the game there. Love it. Let's talk about what's coming up in the nearer future for people to get their hands on with.
Finally.
But first, you did mention that you were hoping originally to get a big balance pass in 0.055 in the lead up to launch, but now that's the bulk of that at least is being pushed until launch. Is there some stuff that you feel like you really want to get in before then, though? Is there anything that you do want to get into 0.55 potentially?
Well, want to and realistically possible are the two things that are at clash here. I wanted to get all of it in. It just wasn't coming together in a way that wasn't just going to... Like the things with this is you can't like half-ass it and deploy it. If you remove all of X and don't do all of Y, it's just like, okay, why did you just remove all of that? I don't understand. And we weren't just able to bring those packages of changes together. especially while we've got a whole new class in development, getting fully balanced and prepared. And that made it even twice as hard because, as Jonathan's mentioned in the past, and we've talked about, every single time we make a new class, we end up changing every system under the sun. And then we want some of those in and some of those not in. And it was just this giant ruckus of, it's like a kind of just massive writhing changes everywhere. And it was so hard.
Literally
Eldritch
just
horror.
merging the changes. Literally just merging the changes was a disaster. Like just like
Yep.
picking the things, like the commits, like did these ones go in, did those ones not go in? Like we're in the middle of doing like a massive bleed revamp in order to do the duelist, and yet we also want to try to somehow like what parts of that need to go in and what parts don't. You know, like it's just like such a crazy puzzle. And we are at the point where literally
Okay, okay. Without balance patch, it's a little bit
we've got a bunch of
sad,
changes. We don't think we can even create a build.
but we have new like mechanics, we have new kind of game,
So yeah, it was challenging even on that level.
we have
But
new
not only that, it wasn't the issue, it was
challenges,
just like more changes were needed, like more things needed to actually happen.
without unique, without
For
balance
example, to
punch,
support
new
echoing
content
strikes, we
without
had to make it. We
balance patch.
effectively refactored our entire cloning system, which kind of touched on every single skill in the game. And it's like, okay, well, we don't want that because it's untested, has a bunch of ramifications and stuff we still need to iterate on. Yet now, any change we have to make to every single skill now has a conflict when we're trying to merge it to the actual build. And honestly, it was just turning into an absolute disaster. And it was like, okay, this just isn't going to be ready, and we're just going to have to keep delaying it, and to the point where like, what are we even going to get here? And yeah, it just wasn't really feasible, honestly, and it was causing us, I mean, honestly, I would say that working around all of that was making everything take significantly longer. And then all of a sudden now we're getting less done because we're having to work around that, and it was just not coming together. And it is sad, and I am real gutted about it because there's a lot of like real cool stuff there. Like we have Ascendancy class reworks, we have, you know, many new uniques, reworked uniques. We have just stuff everywhere. And I was like, man, this stuff is cool. And I was even just describing it all to Jonathan and how excited I was about it. And I was like, no, I want it all in there, but it just honestly wasn't production wise feasible at all. So it's sad.
With it, go ahead.
It is more for 1.0 though, so that's always good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with it being such like a eldritch horror of interconnected balance changes there, are you worried about putting it out at 1.0 then? Because that was like
No,
that was
no,
the thing.
because the difference is that when we're making like an 0.55 patch, what we're doing is we're taking changes from our kind of like development version, we're merging them in. But when we're going to make a entirely new release, that's what's called a retag. We effectively like take everything that we have on our development version, and it's all going to go live. So there's not like this kind of same production hell that you get when you're trying to like make a build.
I think he means from the testability sake, maybe.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess so. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's always that, but you know, I mean, look, 1.0 is going to get a hell of a lot of testing. You know, like obviously, you know, there's a lot of stuff to do there. So our QA team will be all over that.
We got more time now to make sure it's right as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Since most of the balance changes are being deferred to 1.0, I won't like dive into too many of the balance related questions at this point, since it's all still obviously quite a ways away. But one of the things we did discuss was the plus levels side of things, and that is probably the one that came up the most. And I know you guys said in the past that you were reviewing some changes in 0.5 from that to see how that they landed. But it does seem like plus levels are still seen as quite a bit of a problem, crowding out uniques and increasing inavailability in some cases as well with some of the stuff from the Runes of Aldor. So how are you feeling about plus level balance overall at this point now, or moving forwards towards 1.0? Is that on your radar there?
It is still on the radar, yes. I haven't actually done the changes for it yet, and I don't 100% know exactly what to do, but I mean, we've had probably 15 discussions about it now, so it's one of those, it's turning into the next dexterity for sure. And we'll see. We'll end up somewhere for sure. I just don't know exactly what that is right now. It's the second on the spreadsheet. There's like a spreadsheet called Mark to do something, and it's the second one. So it's the
what's number one out of interest?
we're having another balance meeting today to discuss it. So, what is number one? It's probably just whatever I added last. Number one is reserved for this hasn't been sorted in the list yet.
Okay.
Because I just insert at the top of the sheet when I add stuff. So, and then it gets
I
reprioritized.
see. But that one,
number
that one
two.
stays at number 2. I see. Okay. Have you
added-
guys discussed like some of the things being kicked around? I've seen like I don't know what's a good solution and what's not, and for what reasons here. But have you discussed like maybe like level 30 is the cap that you can reach for gems, or limiting the amount you can get there, or is it more of something you're looking at? Oh, well, it's maybe just about getting the numbers right. Like we just want to bring those down to certain levels. Where do you kind of feel it is?
Caps have there is a cap, but yes, caps have been discussed. I think the important thing we want to do is not kill. Well, honestly, I would say there is a few problems with like caster itemization, and I want to make sure that we don't just take away that itemization. Even very early in the game, caster itemization isn't as good as it could be. But it's really hard when you're dealing with fundamental mod pools. Like even early game runes are not as impactful, obviously, for casters, right? Where you get like flat damage ones for attackers and casters don't, and it propagates all the way through. And I get that some of the leagues have added some, breach caster items, for example, have added some in-game itemization, but there is a more fundamental problem here for sure. So I don't. I just don't want to make the itemization for casters worse. Let's make it really. That's honestly how it is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you come up with there then.
I get that it extends further than just casters, but like that's the main thing of not wanting to ruin.
Yeah,
I
there's
know
almost two
everyone,
separate discussions there.
everyone has a different perception of like, what is good itemization or not. I'm talking about just generally what we believe to be good itemization as opposed to
I don't necessarily see an inherent problem with plus levels. I think it's just that the power level of it and its availability is high to the point where it does crowd out other item choices. So it feels like if it's not that, then it's not worth using.
Not caster player, so
every
I
single caster unique that gets made, it's like doesn't have plus gem level.
don't know about the problem with caster, but Mark
all of the
obviously
new uniques we've been making, it's like
very
you kind of want to default
inside
to,
this
like, this needs
problem.
plus
Yep.
4, this
And
needs
if you
plus
think
6,
about
this
it,
needs plus, and it's
caster
like,
does not
you
have
put this on literally
flat
everything.
flat attack.
But to be fair, like, in the
You
same
don't
way that
have
you're making a,
flat spell damage. You
when you're
have
making
only
a
percent
weapon, like,
increase
generally
spell
you can't just be
damage.
like, nah, I'm not going to put any damage mods on it. So
It's
okay,
mean
martial weapon. So
level of
it
skill
just doesn't feel quite the same. I do
does
understand why. I've discussed that before, but
does more things for you,
we'll see what happens. But we will do something.
even for hit
Right.
and
So the Forbidden Right
projectile.
event, so just to clarify, so this
Yeah,
event
it's
is
a big
different to
problem.
the
Yes,
regular
if we thought about it
thing,
more.
it's not a
I'm
league
so
getting
not
exposed in
caster
that same
player.
way.
I never thought
So
about,
what
never
of the
think about
changes that you
it.
talked about are specific to
Interesting.
Forbidden
We
Rights
will see
event
what
versus core
Mark and
game changes
GG
here as well.
decided to do with this problem.
Yeah. So this is our first time ever that we've had a league be both running and core. And we just noticed there was a lot of people still playing Runes of Aldo. We didn't want to end it. So we wanted to keep that running. So we've had to do a large number of hacks to both support something being core and not. But
It's weird.
the tablets are for the event and standard league. So because the league is in every area in Runes of Aldo, you don't get tablets to further it. What else have we changed there? I mean, you don't get remnants in every area during the event, but you can once you start using tablets. And it's honestly for those who've obviously played leagues and seen leagues go core, or people who played our previous leagues for PoE2, like Fate of the Val, and then the Temple became core. Ultimately, it should feel like all the content from Runes of Aldo is now in its core state while you're playing in the event and standard leagues. And if you continue to play Runes of Aldo, you should notice no difference. That's pretty much it. We have made some changes, like obviously it's not introduced now until, so currently in the Forbidden Rights event, the content, the characters aren't introduced until Act 4 when you're doing the quest in Act 4. So you won't see any through Act 1, 2, and 3. What else is different there? I think the only other thing we may have, I'm pretty sure we changed it, is which I don't know how people are going to respond to this one, but we've removed from the Forbidden Rights and Standard League, so it's not in the current Runes of Eldur. It didn't want to affect the economy, but Elder Saga, the mods from it are now in the core mod pool of what can generate on logbooks, as opposed to requiring that item. You'll have to determine the rarity yourself. And then we've replaced that outcome from the Remnant encounters.
So they
that
change
the
Elder
entirety
Saga.
of the end game for
Something.
that isn't just Elder Sagaing, and that's it.
They change Elder Saga.
Good
Right now,
stuff.
it's not so
The
expensive
rituals, speaking of,
things,
like, the
or maybe
in-game
more
gear
expensive
for
things.
the
We will
league,
see.
for the new league, the event. The Sacred Bloom from the rituals that lets you add the Sacred Wildwood to maps. How rare are these roughly? Is that something we could be applying to every decent map, or just kind of the most juiced ones because it's going to be rare and valuable? It's a big thing, being able to get the Wildwood.
It's about 1 in 5 maps to get one about, but
Okay.
give or take. So yeah, you're not going to run it every map, but of course it's tradable. So
Yeah.
feel free to just go ahead and buy them. So yeah, I don't know. I think that was a pretty decent rate, but we may still
Yeah.
iterate on that.
That seems like the
So
sort of thing you could easily like afford to run fairly
Okay.
frequently. Then, with that being the
Every
case,
5,
back in
but you
when we
can
had,
buy
this before in Affliction League.
those
It was
Wildwood
probably the most insane juicing
encounter.
thing we've ever had. So both in terms of difficulty and reward, which is really cool for a number of reasons. Like obviously people like big loot explosions, but also you could make like the hardest monsters of all time outside of like deepest of delves. Is this potentially going to be a similarly spicy thing for Path of Exile 2?
It's obviously pretty hard to compare the drops because it's just an entirely different drop ecosystem. Like, are you going to be having to hover and identify 100 heavy belts in every map? Probably not, but for those who, that is my strict memory of Affliction, is like I am so sick of looking at heavy belts on the ground. I think they actually got 2 mirrors in that league as well, which I feel like shouldn't happen. But
Oh, 2 mirrors, Mark. You're a lucky boy.
Yes, I have equal memories of Affliction. Don't worry about that. But the way that the Wisps scale the monsters is a bit different anyway. So instead of just rarity, PoE1 did rarity, quantity, and chance for items to be currency, I believe it was. Instead, here what we've done is blue Wisps turn monsters magic. Normal monsters magic, yellow wisps add mods to rare monsters, and purple wisps add rarity to everything. So purple, magenta, so if you're stacking rare monsters, obviously yellow and purple is the right combination to get. So are you going to expect the same levels of juice? Hard to say. It should definitely be a good alternate way to juice in-game maps compared to, say, something like Delirium right now. And of course, though, you can stack both of them. So, to some degree, of course, because they both get better with tablets, so they are contesting with one another. But you can just run both and stack it with everything else that is in the in-game currently. So, should be pretty out there, pretty crazy.
Right on. Rapid fire. The Trial of Chaos was the changes there look amazing. It was one of my least favorite parts of the game. So those changes, there's huge set of improvements there. Love to see that. Is Sekima's likely to get a similar treatment in some way on the way to 0.1.0? It's not as bad in my opinion, but still be good to see.
It is in terms of content, that existing content that needs improving. It is the next. Like as an actual in content, not like character side or balance or anything. It is the next thing on our list that is the worst thing.
The next worst.
So yes, we definitely want to, but obviously lot to do for the end of the year. So we'll have to see if we can fit it in, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, like if not for release, then you'd look at it for 1.1 kind of territory for sure. But honestly, the changes we made to Trial of Chaos are like it's so much better. Like oh my god! And it should never have been in that state. Like I was writing and reading all the patch notes, and I was just like, we should never have had to write this. This should not have ever needed to have been a patch note. This is like horrendous. And I'm
Got
sure
there
when
in
we
the
get
end.
through Trial of Sekimas, we're going to have a similar situation going on. So it's not as bad. At least there's like a kind of strategy there to some degree and ways to make money and, divines. But yeah, it needs a substantial amount of love for sure.
Awesome. Good to hear it then. So a few more rapid fires on the end game. The challenge level of end game caps out pretty early currently. That's good for build diversity, honestly. But it does mean that there are some limited options for like testing your more powerful characters. Uber bosses and more challenging like end game content. That's something on the radar for maybe for 1.0 or something.
I don't want to commit to like higher tiers of boss content and difficulty to too much of a degree, especially with respect to Uber bosses, until we have the character balance in the right spot. And in theory, 1.0 should have them in the right spot. But you know how balance goes with these things, with live service products in particular. And similar to PoE 1, right? It's every single league we have balance changes. So it's one of those infinite tasks. That being said, I definitely don't want to add Uber boss content until we've felt like that's in a stable spot for sure. I actually went out of my way to play a number of
Without
kind
Uber
of
bosses,
atrocious
guys,
builds this league.
still.
Just like I picked literally the worst thing, the things that were being played the least, and I played them. And honestly, fighting those pinnacles with those characters was insanely difficult. And I was like, if we were to add content beyond this, it's just impossible. It's just not going to even be possible.
Okay, it's
it was
fair enough,
actually
fair
like,
enough.
And I played a good character
Obviously,
as well. And I was just like,
we are
okay,
not
we
balanced
need
enough
to-
to
we've got
kill
some work
Uber
to do here
bosses.
before we go
Okay,
and
okay.
create a bunch of content that a bunch of players
It's a
will
good
literally
news.
never be able to
I still
even
feel
achieve,
that we
even if
have
they did everything
problem
right.
with skill tree
Because the character balance is the low end
after
is just not in the right spot at all, and honestly, the very very top
skill
top
tree
1%
from
kind of
Path of
builds
Exile 1,
is not in the right spot either.
especially.
Once we get that, I'm hoping to be able to actually start, thinking about it.
Okay,
But I mean, the Wildwood will go
Makes sense.
towards making things harder, so rest
True,
assured.
yeah.
that-
Some juicing potential there. There's been a few questions about the state of tablets, focusing on tablet management, trading, rolling them, the work that kind of goes into getting the modifiers that you want for your in-game farming strategies. You get it compared to things like Scarabs, which have those set effects. So they've got that double whammy of like random modifiers and the limited uses. What do you like or not like about current tablet design? Is this something you're thinking about at all, or is this kind of the first time you've heard that brought up? Yeah, how are you guys feeling about tablets overall there?
We've actually discussed it pretty in depth recently when also
cool.
talking about PoE 1 with respect to like the current state of endgame there and talking about all of the changes we want to make around there and how it compares to PoE 2 and what parts do we like and not like. Personally, I really like the tablet, the mod rolling side of things. And what we've found is generally over time, there is at least an audience that are more aligned towards wanting determinism, and thus the mod rolling can get phased out. And I actually think that this has been a big part of the discussion where we're looking at this. I feel like by adding more determinism and removing these like random axes, the strategies end up becoming quite dull and then have to just be balanced around that determinism, and then they get neutered, and then you've just lost kind of everything because everything is all equal and everything's all balanced. And it's had that effect, like definitely it's had that effect as to where the fine line is between the kind of mod rolling and the determinism. I'd say that it's something we still have to kind of figure out, but I'm quite happy with how that is right now, where there's like some crazy stuff you can do, but it requires specific tablets with specific mods. And so, yeah, I immediately caught us. We were actually doing this for 055. I was like, all of a sudden I saw a bunch of the really spike modifiers getting kind of like people pushing to nerf this, nerf that, get this in line with the rest of the content. And I was like, let's not do that right now. I think there's one or two that like, okay, I understand that I'm beyond reason, but I was like, let's pull back some of that because I want to actually reevaluate how much power you should be able to get out of these random modifiers as opposed to things that are just baseline always on. So yeah, there's still some evaluation to do there, but Personally, I'm quite happy with it. I love that you get some tablets that are out of control and cause you to have my
I
recent
like tablet
demonstration,
system
an army
too,
of sentinels
as
or
Mark
sentries following you around. And
just
runes
said. I like how
we have some crazy stuff with the Expedition.
Infinite Atlas
the Expedition
and
tablet mod
tablets
is actually
work
a lot larger. There's a
together
lot more spike
in Path of Exile
stuff at the
2.
top. So I'm
I
actually quite
like
curious
in-game
to
impose
see how
in
people feel
Path
about
of
that
Exile 2
in
more.
the Forbidden Rights to see how
I
that plays as
don't have
well.
so many
Tried to make sure that
experience in
mod
Path
pool
of
is
Exile
larger
1.
than the other tablet mod pools to see
Maybe
if
this is the biggest cause
something people
why
resonate well
I
with
think
or
this
not
way,
well with
but
as well. So
I like
anyway, my
tablet
point being,
system.
like, we still haven't quite.
And right
We're
now,
still discussing it, and we're
you
still kind of
feel the
testing some stuff with
progress.
the
You have
tablets,
2
and
mods on
Forbidden Rights will
tablet. You
reveal some of that,
kill
but
Arbiter
ultimately,
of
personally, I'm pretty
Ash.
happy
You
with
added additional
the
modifier.
process,
You kill
overall.
Awesome. Yeah, it's good to hear
Arbiter
it's in
of
discussion. And
Divinity.
one thing I saw that was
You
like maybe an easy win was to
acquire
get bookmarks
4th
for in-game
modifier.
trade, because I
You
think we
kill
use that for convenience
Arbiter
when we're
of
trying to trade this stuff, and
Divinity
get up
1 more
to
time,
bookmark those would be
and
pretty
you
sweet.
complete Olatus.
Pretty sure that is a
It's
thing.
progression.
So
I like it.
we have favorite trades and recent trades as 2 things that are internally, as of yesterday, implemented on PoE2.
Oh hell yeah! Awesome.
I think
Good news.
it was on gamepad and or console, and now it's on keyboard mouse as of yesterday internally, and that we should be able to get that into 055.
Yes, excellent, easy win. Good to hear. Well, I will let you folks go, and we've got a race to prepare for to swap over to here in just a moment. Looking forward to casting out as the grand final of the qualifiers.
Yeah.
It's going to be a spicy one for sure. So
Races. I watched some of them, not all, but
once
okay.
again, and
Thank you
best of luck with the
very
rest
much
of
for
the session.
hosting. It's always a pleasure to have you to ask the questions, and hopefully you guys enjoy the Duelist when you finally get to play it on December the 11th when the game comes out.
Look forward to seeing what you have in store for us at ExileCon as well. We'll see you
Yeah,
then,
absolutely.
maybe.
Well, there's certainly a lot
Thanks,
more stuff to
everyone.
announce. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Cheers,
See
thanks
you later.
The last races. It's the things that I don't want to see. Okay, it was not so big Q&A. Mostly we discussed some things. Some new information we can edit on our video. I think right now I stop the stream because I don't know what happened with my stream. Because Twitch showed me that Twitch dies for me, but I still have opportunity to watch at least this stream. But if I open new following, start to work. So we return. Yeah? It's interesting what we return. Interesting. Because I struggled during this presentation. So, I want to edit... Yeah, we return. Interesting. Why exactly in the moment of this wonderful announcement we died? I don't know. I am interested right now how my vote is looking. Will be looking during these technical troubles. I want to create some video about what happened in this announcement, and I think I'm going to do it without stream, just to save some time. Why not? Because we already I think we already have a new video about yep. Where is my Path of Exile 2? My stream? I see my stream without any people inside on YouTube. Where is the official channel? finally. Yeah, we have a video. I want to create
Hi, I'm John.
video about TLDR about what happened, produce on my channel. I think it will be good, and I think I'm gonna do it without stream. I streamed already 4 hours. It's good. We watched what happened, and the last hour I spent on my video and reloaded before I'm going to sleep. What a plan! I like it. So we will see each other, guys, tomorrow. Interesting what I missed the date. We already have information. About new kinda leak. We have a date. September 4. So yeah, from to the next Friday, yeah, we have new event kinda leak. It's a good one. So yeah, we will see each other, guys, tomorrow. Tomorrow it's a Friday. For me, Friday already right now. It's not important. I don't know what happened tomorrow. What will happen tomorrow? Because maybe I continue to play Path of Exile. Maybe I will chill all this week. Why not? To push my interest inside this patch from the what happened in the next week. I don't know what happened, but obviously we will see each other tomorrow, guys. In the same time, in the same place. I hope you like the stream. Bye.